It's 5 o'clock. You can start in about 5 seconds. Actually, we don't have a quorum, so as soon as they arrive.
Good evening. At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting for Monday, March 7th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Vice Mayor Coop.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. In the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you. And our first order of business tonight is a closed session, which is a conference with our various labor negotiators. And what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to go into closed session, and we can see if any members of the public wish to speak and then decide.
So moved.
And I will second that. So do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on item number 1, which is a conference with labor negotiators in closed session? Yep. It appears we do not have any speakers. So would the clerk please call the roll on going into closed session?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Aye.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And just so members of the public know that we're tentatively scheduled to end our closed session at 6:30. And at that time, we'll convene with a proclamation honoring Robert Hoover, and then a study session with the Utilities Advisory Commission regarding our climate action plan development and implementation. And on that note, we're going into closed session. At this time, we'd like to reconvene the city council meeting from our closed session, and we have no reportable actions. So our next item is a special order of the day to honor Mr. Robert S. Hoover. And I'd like to take the privilege of reading the proclamation. I will say that we frequently have the pleasure and the honor to recognize outstanding community citizens who have served just a variety of different aspects of our community. And rarely have I encountered someone who has such a long, distinguished, diverse record of incessant contribution to others. And Mr. Hoover has really achieved that, serving the youth of the Mid-Peninsula, our community, East Palo Alto, other communities in an outstanding way. So on that note, whereas Robert S. Hoover is a social giant, honored and revered for his community leadership. His paramount efforts were publicly distinguished by the Jefferson Award presented in 2014 and the Service of Mankind Award, Sertoma, in 1993. And to name a few, Mr. Hoover excelled in community recreational activities as the varsity baseball team captain at Penn State University in 1959 and as a U.S. baseball team member in the Pan American Games in 1959 and 1963. And Mr. Hoover originally served the U.S. Air Force as an aircraft gunner instructor and staff sergeant in 1951 and 1955. He thereafter counseled and planned community organizations and civil rights work for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He further developed supportive services and administration in the 1960s for minority students as the director of College Readiness Program at San Mateo College. Whereas Mr. Hoover founded Nairobi College as its president in 1969, an independent Black institution serving 400 college students per year with programs for students from preschool to college. He spearheaded its administration and fundraising, facility procurement, policy, collaborating with accreditation commissions, and developing an upper-level literacy program for students. Mr. Hoover continued to contribute greatly to the future of our youth and student communities by championing and promoting the importance of higher education as director of East Palo Alto's Youth Services Program, as Dean of Student Affairs at Olive Harvey College, Dean of Student Affairs at Edward Waters College, founder and executive director of the Youth Development Center in East Palo Alto, director of Live in Peace Dropout Prevention Program for students with amazing goals, also known as SWAG. Mr. Hoover heavily impacted and supported community health and well-being throughout his years as the Director of Community Services at the City of East Palo Alto. He advanced his professional interest in community development as the founder and executive director of the Congress of Community Organizations and as the Community Safety Coordinator of the Enterprise Foundation. And whereas Mr. Hoover founded and led the East Palo Alto Junior Golf Program since 1991 to serve the minority youth of the Mid-Peninsula and the South Peninsula, the program uses the game of golf to teach respect for others, honesty, courtesy, patience, discipline, and a passion for learning, resulting in an exceptionally high proportion of the participants going on to college. Now, therefore, I, Pat Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and proclaim the powerful and sustained contributions of Robert S. Hoover in his leadership and service to the community. We have to vote on proclamation. We don't vote on proclamation, right? Always get it wrong. All right, well, that was a pleasure, and now we move on.
Mr. Mayor, through,
Oh,
are
sorry.
you taking public comment on this item?
Certainly, if we have public comments,
We do. Yes,
Yes.
we do.
right up here. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. So we'll take public comments and then council member comments.
Would be like, no way, you got to send him home. But his patience and just teaching me the game of golf was more than just a game. What golf is about etiquette. With golf, you're your own referee. So it teaches you to be just responsible and not too cheap. It's an honorable game. And with golf, we used to travel all over the country. And without his golf program, I would have never just went out of Palo Alto, to be honest with you. Now it's normal for kids to play travel baseball, travel basketball, they go all over the place. But with Bob, he really got me just really all over the world. And he got me golf scholarships and trips to colleges and just, just really just expanded me and brought me from a boy to a man. I can't thank Bob enough. I mean, not only that, my mom worked with him at the YDC organization, helping youth out for many years. And one other thing I remember is just at the YDC, they had this kitchen. As always, you can just go in there and get whatever you can eat with food. There was always just a lovely environment. All the people that worked with Bob, they were like aunts and uncles. And it was just much bigger than just a boys and girls club. It was a family. We still meet, I don't know, a few times a month to talk stocks. And Bob is teaching me still, I'm 40 years old, but he's teaching me how to invest and where to put my money. I ask him everything about family. What should I do with here? I know I had a situation with my job years ago, and I called him up, said, hey, how do I handle it? And he gave me perfect advice. I know I'm talking way too long, but I just want to say I thank you, Bob. I love you, and well-deserved for this award. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you. And I know we're listing Mr. Hoover next, but if it's all right, I'd like you to have the last word. And our next speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Pat, I think you left off a few things on the resolution. I remember going over to Free at Last, which is a grassroots drug and alcohol program birthed by the community, but lots of other things go on there to help the community. And there was Mr. Hoover took on doing, and Mr. Hoover, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there you were working with former inmates doing reentry programs with them to make sure that they were coming back to a community where they could find programs, they could do reentry stuff, they can get involved in all those things that would mitigate and limit the amount of recidivism that was occurring in the community. And also, I'm just reading from an excerpt, but again, Mr. Hoover, correct me if I'm wrong, but your civil rights activity weren't limited to the Penn State. It was a whole lifetime, of course, but if I'm correct, you were one of the students that took over when President Lyman was speaking after the assassination of Martin Luther King, took over the podium with a bunch of other students with a list of demands how Stanford could get its act together in terms of recruiting more Black students, more Black academics, more teachers. So you were right there on the front line. Again, correct me if my historical record is wrong there. And I happened to meet you. You probably don't remember me, but we, for a short period of time, served on the board of the Senior Center for East Palo Alto to try to get it expanded and improved. So, Pat, I commend you for that, but I'm sure that not only did you leave off a few of the things that I've mentioned, but there's probably a whole other list of things that you could add to Mr. Hoover's amazing resume of things that he's done for the community and continues to do to this day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Cribbs, to be followed by Deb. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, she has lowered her hand.
Okay. Our next speaker is Deb. Welcome. Deb, you should have the mic. There we go.
Good evening, everyone. Uncle Rob, I am so proud to be here to witness this proclamation awarded to you. I don't know of any other person more deserving. You are and always will be an inspiration to me. I am proud to be your niece and more proud that you are my uncle. I love you and I pray that you will continue to be a light to others and smell the flowers along the way. Love you much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Eugene Jackson.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, yeah. Like one of the things I think that was left off is during the 90s, early 90s, when East Palo Alto was the murder capital, Bob was one of the major movements in with the group called the Hard Hats that were moving around East Palo Alto into all of the violent areas, and they would make everybody disperse from the areas. They would walk through, try to teach and preach to everybody on the corners what they were doing wrong, what they need to do to get their lives together. And when every time we had shootings and stuff like that, he would come out, he would, just sit there through all the movements of trying to sit back and to dismantle pieces. So when he couldn't get the movement like that, he started a thing called, oh my God, why is it slipping my mind right now? The OG Coalition. And he grabbed all the OGs from the community, all the older ones who had been through things before, and brought them all in one room to start reaching out to their family members and their children and stuff, to start coming together and start walking away from all the things that were wrong. They're just really powerful movements that I just think about. Just a leader like that is just, you don't see them every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Mr. Robert S. Hoover.
Mayor Burke and council members, first let me say thank you. I deeply appreciate the award. It's a little ironic to be receiving an award from a city that you don't live in for community service, but a city that I tried to live in. When I came here in 1959 to go to graduate school at Stanford, I could not rent an apartment to live in. And I wound up living with a family on Lincoln Avenue, and I rented a room. And after I got out of graduate school at Stanford, I stayed and met my wife, who was also in graduate school at Stanford. And when she graduated, I think it was 1961 or late, we got married and we tried to buy a house in Palo Alto. Both graduates from the graduate schools at Stanford and could not buy a house. So it's kind of ironic, I said, to be now receiving an award, but in a way, I'm very grateful that I could not buy a house here, because I think my life has been much more valuable to the community of East Palo Alto. and the rest of the peninsula with young people that I worked with. So again, thank you very much for the honor, and I'm deeply appreciative.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, Mr. Hoover, we haven't met and wish we would have. And I'm sorry you weren't able to buy a house here, but just reading your proclamation, I think any one of these sentences in this proclamation would be impressive on its own. You know, you founded a college, aircraft gunner instructor, part of SNCC, this golfing program and getting people to college. Everything just sounds really amazing. So, and so many different things you founded. It seems like you really like to start things up. So you've lived quite a life of service, and I'm happy we're adding in a small part anyways, another honor to your collection. So just wanted to say thanks for everything you do.
And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give my thanks as well to you, Mr. Hoover, for everything that you've done for our community and for young people in the region. I wish we had 1,000 more like you, but I think that's one of the great things about being a mentor. You have probably created so much impact and so many proteges who are going to be able to continue your work and continue to inspire people as you continue to do so as well. I do want to say, I wish I took your East Palo Alto junior golf program, because it says the program uses the game of golf to teach patience. I have no patience when it comes to the game of golf. My dad could attest to that. So I might be coming to you for some more lessons when the summer comes back around, because I'm going to need that. So, but in all seriousness, thank you so much. And I look forward to continue to see what you continue to do in our community.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Koo.
Mr. Hoover, you know, when you were saying that in a way it's better that you were in East Palo Alto, and I was just thinking that, you know, God really works in mysterious ways, you know, and they show us the path is whether we recognize it or not. And obviously you did. And I just want to say thank you and really appreciate all the work that you have done in creating that pathway. And as Councilmember Stone said, you know, having proteges, you probably have a lot. And again, thank you for being the light in the community.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Good evening, Mr. Hoover. Clearly, our Palo Alto's loss was East Palo Alto's gain. One of the things that, you know, I've always believed about leaders is that what's important is the people that they create who come behind them, and the organizations they create. And the presence of Mr. Williams tonight and his leadership role is a testament to the fact that your work will carry on through the people that you've worked with, because you've trained them to become leaders of the next generation. And it's an honor to have you here this evening, sir.
Well, thank you. And I believe that concludes this item. And once again, congratulations. All right. So our next item is a study session with our Utilities Advisory Commission regarding our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan development and implementation. And we have our UAC members participating remotely, and they're coming on the screen as we speak. Welcome, everyone. I think the proper order would be to have Chair Forcell kick things off. Do we have any staff presentation before that?
Actually, I believe we do, Mayor Burt. So Mr. Eggleston, could I ask you to comment and get us started? Let's see.
I'm sorry, I was having Zoom not responding issues. We do have a very brief presentation, and I think Utilities Director Batchelor is actually going to kick us off with the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, council members, Chair Fussell, and commissioners. As we discussed the staff report over the past year and a half, there's been a lot of meetings between the USC and the council as SCAP committee on related topics of the SCAP. In tonight's meeting, we're hoping to get some feedback from the council on the roles of the UAC on SCAP. Next slide, please. There's a few different ways that the UAC could be engaged. And the questions here are intended to describe some of the ways that staff thought through the UAC could work with council, but we're open to different ideas. A couple of these questions were around what the role and responsibilities of the city council and UAC regarding the SCAP. Would the city council like a UAC representative to work with the SCAP committee in working group meetings? Or does the city council want the UAC in a full capacity engagement, various aspects of the SCAP consideration by the city council on the SCAP committees? Next slide, please. Even though that the UAC hasn't been directly involved with SCAP, they've been developing some strong backgrounds in SCAP related topics, like some of the impacts on the distribution system, the gas rates. They've also been central in permitting, streamlining discussions over this past year. There's also been actively advocating on how to handle upstream emissions on our natural gas, gasoline, and electricity. And of course, some of the topics that they always were talking about is reliability, resiliency, energy storage, and the core topic for the UAC. But they've been involved in several other activities, as you see in the slide and in the report. Also, that was included in the report tonight was a commissioner's memo on electric gratification from Commissioner Metz and Commissioner Johnson that would like to speak to it at a later time here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director of Public Works, Brad Eggleston.
Thanks, Dean, and good evening again, Mayor and Council and UAC members. Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. So to add to what Dean reviewed about UAC's work, I wanted to just quickly touch on some of the work that the SCAP Ad-Hoc committee has been doing, and then a few of the accomplishments that are expected this year. Next slide, please. So this slide is a list of the SCAP Ad-Hoc committee meetings we've already held, and also the proposed additional topic for April. Each of these meetings, we do a deep dive into the topics that are listed here and have an in-depth discussion with the ad hoc committee and with our working group of community members. And we also have time for public comment at each of the meetings. We get a lot of questions and answers from the public and have some good back and forth. And we're able to actually answer lots of questions during the meetings. But we also post those Q&A and ones that we don't get to after the meetings, along with recordings of the meetings and the meeting materials on our sustainability page on the city's website. Next slide. Next slide, please. So in the coming months, we'll be working with four of what we're calling SCAP working group teams that are going to help us develop our strategy for residential building electrification. Then we will incorporate their work into the final versions of the SCAP goals and key actions and the 3-year work plan that we've developed. And that 3-year work plan will also include the utilities programs to support electrification, as well as preparing the distribution system for electrification. One key step in all of this is that once council is able to approve the goals and key actions, we can actually begin the CEQA review, which is one of the steps leading up to actually eventually adopting the updated SCAP. And then in parallel with those steps, we've completed a sea level rise vulnerability assessment that's currently undergoing peer review. When that peer review process is complete, pretty soon we'll be beginning development of the sea level rise adaptation plan. And then we're also planning a robust community engagement strategy that we'll be seeing more of as the year progresses. So that's some of the look ahead. And with that, I will turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. And we had a slide, I think, that had the 3 questions that were asked in the staff memo. Yes. So, we don't have time this evening to go into the depth of discussion that this warrants, but I think if we are able to give some direction on these 3 questions, then that will be particularly productive. I'd like to just put on the table at the beginning an attempt to frame some of this. And one of the reasons that I've been interested in this meeting, and Councilmember Cormack and I met with the chair and the vice chair of the UAC recently to explore what should be the respective roles of the UAC and the City Council SCAP committee and the council as a whole. And I'd say it's still something that we're working through, but traditionally the UAC has not had the purview to look strategically at the entire climate action plan, nor the authority to set goals or policies. The role has been more looking at discrete elements and reviewing staff recommendations and giving their valuable feedback on those. So I think that one of the things that we've needed on our climate action plan is what the council did in the spring, which is to really tackle it with the authority of the council, because frankly, we had 4 years of only small incremental progress on it and had been falling severely behind a path that would allow us to achieve our goal of 80% reduction by 2030. So now that we have the impetus and of what's going on in the ad hoc committee, I do think it is really timely for us to figure out how to utilize the contributions of the UAC in parallel and complementary to what we're working on with the SCAP ad hoc committee. And then I'll just, on your other 2 questions, whether we'd like a UAC representative to work with ad hoc in the working group meetings, my answer would be yes, but also to clarify that we've come to recognize that we needed to really create a series of 4 teams that are of staff, council members, and working group members and other domain experts from within the community to tackle the major areas that need to coalesce by this fall for us to come up with a really flushed out electrification plan. And those committees are communications, funding, technology and regulations, and then community scaling. And the last one really being very much fed into by how the funding and the technology and regulations all come together with to decide on what we can do, when, and how. And then, so participation on both the working group, but I think even more importantly on the teams is something that we should be looking at. And lastly, on the UAC in its as a full entity engaged on various aspects of the SCAP, I think that that is a resource that we do need to take better advantage of. And I think we have to think through what would be the elements that would be most effective in how we coordinate those efforts together. So having said that, Chair Forcell, the floor is yours.
And thank you, staff, for pulling together this quick sort of overview of the questions at hand. I don't know that I have that much to add. I think these are the right questions to ask. I think the UAC has long been eager to participate in the SCAP process, and it's just looking for some direction on how can we help. What is the best way to plug in? How can we, stick to the UAC's mission, which actually Vice Chair Siegel and I recently looked up in the city charter, just to remind ourselves what is the role and responsibility of the UAC. And, while there's clearly a connection around electrification and, updating the distribution grid and our sources of power, it's less clear that mobility and transportation is in the purview of the UAC. And so, yeah, I think I guess I would also add, I think the UAC doesn't want to duplicate effort that is currently being undertaken by the SCAP working group. And so we welcome this conversation with City Council about how can we best be of service to further the city's goals in this process.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I'm happy to make comments now, but I'm not sure what the procedure is. Were you thinking that each members of the UAC might just make a brief statement about their interest, or were we going to leave it at the chair's statement?
My intention was to open it up to members of the UAC, and if individual members would like to make comments, to have them go and then have us respond. But if you'd like to, as a SCAP
perfect, that'd be great.
member, go right ahead.
So let me just share my reactions to the what's been presented so far. And I'm in agreement with most of what's been said already. There are the 4 working groups. The other way I'm thinking about it, because I can usually remember 3 things, is the 3 things that we have to do is we have to build community momentum. We have to build capacity. That's both the grid and installation, figuring out what to do with gas. And then we have to figure out funding. And I think it's really the middle one, as Chair Forcell was indicating, that is where the UAC can be the most help, build the capacity of, modernizing and expanding our grid, figuring out the impact on our natural gas customers, and working through the really tough retrofits of buildings in particular. There is some role with transportation to the extent that chargers are there. So that's, I think, an area that we could really benefit from being clear about what we, the council, expects from the UAC. In terms of the second question, having a UAC representative, I am supportive of that. And then I think 3 is really, a version of 1. We did receive an interesting email today suggesting that maybe we should be separating some of our utilities into different parts. And I think it's certainly an open question. What happens after we have our ad hoc? What is the next phase? What group that will spend time on that? So I think if the UAC members have any thoughts on that, I'd appreciate it. But for me, the building capacity, which of the 4 groups we're calling community scaling, and then of the 4 groups, also the technology. I know there are some people on the UAC with a real interest in that. Thank you.
And I'll note that we did receive at places memo from Commissioners Johnson and Metz, and I think we definitely welcome any comments that they have on what they've provided for us. So would any UAC commissioners like to proceed and have Commissioner Metz?
Yes, good evening, Mayor. If this would be a good time, I would like to summarize our commissioner's memo, and then Commissioner Johnston might like to make a few comments. Would that work?
Sure.
Okay. You have the memo, which I think was delivered in a late packet, probably today, possibly over the weekend. Essentially, you have the entire memo. Let me just provide a brief summary for our discussion. The goal was to ensure that the utility electric grid modernization receives the resources it needs to keep pace with SCAP implementation. So to that end, and this is post the UAC meeting on February 2nd, we recommended that as a first step, we developed the utility, and we would work with them to develop a high-level roadmap for grid infrastructure modernization. I think that's a key thing. And the background of this is, SCAP, of course, is a key part of the city's enabling the city to attain its sustainability objectives. And probably the core of the whole thing is electrification of services that are now powered by fossil fuel, especially natural gas. On the CPAU and UAC side, we had an excellent presentation February 2nd by the utility talking about the modifications they need. And it's pretty clear that a pretty immense amount of modernization is required to achieve the needs that for the electric utility under SCAP. But it also was apparent that the utility doesn't have the staffing to manage the grid modernization program. So there's a fundamental problem. And what we recommended as a first step is, immediately develop a high-level roadmap for grid modernization. And this would, involve things like estimates of, just how much the grid needs to be upgraded, milestones and decision points, particularly linking milestones in the grid modernization with the milestones in SCAP implementation. That seems really critical to keep pace with SCAP at the same time, not spend capital money before it's needed. Also recommending to ballpark capital costs, operating costs, HR requirements, but also to the point that Councilmember Cormack made on technology, thinking about ways to mitigate or reduce or delay expenditures. Because the city's implementing its advanced metering infrastructure, there may be ways to reduce peak demand and reduce the need for some of the distribution grid infrastructure. So, it's obviously complex and vehicle to grid, as somebody hinted at a minute ago. So there's a lot of levers that can be pulled. And we think it's especially important to look at those. So anyway, that's a synopsis, and Commissioner Johnston might want to make a comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and Council. I think Commissioner Metz has summarized our memo very well. I think that what we're really trying to do is underline the fact that in order to achieve the SCAP goals, we have a lot of work to do on the grid. And that was really, to me at least, in a very good presentation that we got a couple of weeks ago. We want to make sure that we kind of underline the urgency of planning for the grid modernization, because it's going to take time. It's complicated. There's going to be quite a bit of expense involved. We need to put together the overall plan so that we can proceed in a logical fashion. We wanted to make sure as a first step that the CPAU has the resources necessary to put the plan together. And I think that Director Batchelor has got a lot of good ideas in his head. He's worked with his team, but I think they need to really get something down on paper so that everybody can look at it and proceed forward with kind of knowing where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, and thank you, City Council, for the opportunity. I guess I'd just like to express my interest in assisting as much as possible, as our chair highlighted, and to echo the concerns and comments from my colleagues with respect to the physical infrastructure itself. I think that's for the UAC, that seems a logical place for us to slot in and assist as much as possible. So much of what we discuss in our meetings, and as you are aware, so much of it is about the physical infrastructure itself, not just AMI, but where do we go from AMI, and more importantly, how do we use the data from AMI to, quite frankly, make our grid more efficient? And that plays in quite well with what I would imagine would be the goals of SCAP. So I just want to echo my appreciation for the ask, as well as to raise my hand as a volunteer to assist, particularly when it comes to infrastructure itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. I don't see other hands at this time. One thing I would just like to follow on to the questions and comments is that we were all aware of the presentation that Utilities Engineering made to the UAC on the prospective grid upgrade needs. And one of the things that we're really beginning to dive into as within these teams is what is the interplay, the nexus between a number of factors that will influence how much grid upgrade, what type of grid upgrade, and when, and that decision on the grid. And those other factors are in local generation, local of both fixed and mobile. And by mobile, I mean the pending transformation of two-way charging and time of use charging for the storage of electric vehicles. And then advanced appliances and smart appliances and smart panels, and how they can diminish peak load demands, which are what are really the principal driver on the grid upgrade needs. And so that's one of the things that we're going to need to struggle on. And frankly, one of the reasons that I think the ongoing engagement of UAC part members with the SCAP will keep those things in constant communication, because I think these are parallel paths that intersect with one another. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I also just want to thank the UAC for your work. Really appreciate it. SCAP's really important. The work you guys are doing is great, so thank you for that. One piece I just wanted to mention that I was hoping that you guys could think about is, I didn't really see it anywhere, is nuclear power. So I know there's a lot of emphasis on renewables, and we want to do as much renewables as we possibly can. But the problem is, of course, is that the sun doesn't shine every day, all the time, and then it doesn't blow, and the wind doesn't blow all the time either. And the nice thing about nuclear is that, first of all, it's already a big part of the U.S. energy supply. And in terms of safety, if you look at how many people died during the worst disaster in our history, which is 3 Mile Island, there was 0 people that died. And so, we know when we're looking at global warming and climate change and all the carbon output, nuclear is one of the few energy sources that has 0 carbon. So it's a solution for today. And I think, as the energy storage capabilities come online, we can, probably do more renewables. But in the meantime, I would love for the UAC to actually look at this more closely. What the one kind of issue with nuclear right now is pretty expensive, but it's pretty expensive because we've been doing a lot of custom nuclear power plants versus a lot of the modular reactors, which is a way to greatly reduce the cost of bringing nuclear online. But anyways, I'd love if the UAC could look at this more closely and think about how to make this as part of the puzzle for Palo Alto in terms of trying to reduce the amount of carbon output from the city. But in any case, just want to thank you guys for your work and hope you guys can look at this part of the puzzle as well. Thank you.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, first of all, welcome to our UAC members. Thank you guys for serving on the commission. You know, we started this SCAP ad hoc last August, and as the mayor said, you know, the idea was really to try to get. We've been in the planning stage for an awful long time, and we've been making progress. But again, I'm hopeful we can start to take some real concrete steps soon. And you know, as been a large focus is electrification. And I think having the UAC concentrate on the grid makes a lot of sense rather than the entire cap. Because I do think some elements of the SCAP will cut across commissions. It might make sense for planning and transportation, you know, to weigh in on transportation, Parks and Rec, maybe on sea level rise and, you know, our levies, natural levies. And I agree, maybe not all those things make sense for the UAC. So the working group teams we talked about, again, they are specifically about building electrification, and you know, it includes grid modernization, which we need to make that happen. And there's been a lot of public interest or a lot of interest in those working group teams. I think we should have as many people involved as possible, including UAC members. As we said, separate tracks, so you know, you possibly could have 1 or 2 UAC members on these different tracks. And then obviously, I think the commission also needs to continue its regular work around rate changes and just operating of our utilities. But that's kind of where my mind is. If members of the UAC are really interested, I'd be supportive of having you join one of these 4 working group teams. You know, as the UAC rep. And then whether you meet as a full UAC to review progress, I think maybe that's something we can continue to discuss here tonight and see where the rest of the council is. And I think Councilmember Cormack mentioned there was a letter from the public that was throughout the idea of perhaps shifting some of the focus. I think it's a little bit longer term discussion, but whether like our commission should focus more broadly on water across the board, and the UAC should really become like the energy commission and focus on energy. I see Lisa reacting to that. But yeah, again, I think that's a longer term question, but there is so much to do around grid modernization, and what we're going to do with our gas utility might be something we want to consider. So thanks.
Thanks. Chair Forcell.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I would just chime in and say thanks, Councilmember Tanaka, for your thoughts on nuclear. And my understanding is we are in the coming year going to start talking again about the integrated resource plan for the electric utility. So it's good timing to see if there are nuclear options as well. And as far as a practical matter, now that we're getting into sort of specific suggestions, I too think it would make a lot of sense to have a designated UAC commissioner on each of the 4 subcommittees. I don't know if that's what we're calling them. And the way I would love to see it work is for them to not only participate on that subcommittee, but then there's a you know, every UAC meeting, we have a standing agenda item for reports, commissioner reports from meetings and events, that they could be reporting back to the UAC so that the full UAC could be informed of what those working groups are talking about and thinking about. And, you know, perhaps an agenda item for the UAC would suggest itself, but not necessarily. Anyway, I think that would be a nice way to keep the 2 groups in touch with each other.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any other hands from either commissioners or council members. So let me ask, we have Now, Councilmember Philsett.
Sorry, slow on the buzzer here. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think the natural sweet spot for the UAC again is in the middle group, which is the capacity and how do we make sure the grid can handle it. I think as you look at the pantheon of stuff that needs to be done and in fact can be done and is useful, there's way more work here than we're going to be anywhere near able to source. And so we're going to have to pick carefully what we put effort and resources into. And so I think we just need to be cognizant as we go through this process. I think the three prong the three prongs that Councilmember Cormack summarized make a lot of sense to me. One is how are we going to pay for it? Two, how are we physically going to have the infrastructure to do it? And three, how are we going to make sure that the community is actually willing to accept the things that are going to need to be done here? Because some of them are going to be sort of interesting. I think we're going to have our hands full just doing those three. And so I think as we go through this and assign tasks and scope things and so forth, I think we've got to be cognizant that, the scope could expand pretty fast here and it's going to be a lot of work just to do the bare minimum. So, both by community and staff.
Councilmember Stone and then Vice Mayor Coop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief because I'm just seconding what most of my colleagues have said. First, want to thank the members of the commission tonight for your service and for being a part of this study session. I agree with the chair's recommendation of having a representative from the USC on the various subcommittees. I think that's wise. And as Councilmember Philseth was just talking about, this is going to be such a massive lift. We can't just leave it to SCAP regarding work that you're doing. I'm sure you need some support as well as the full council. So however we can utilize to the best of our ability and their capability, I think is wise. But I also do agree that a particular focus on the grid appears to make sense for the UAC. So interested in moving in that direction. That's it.
And Vice Chair Siegel.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, two things. One, thank you for inviting us and having this conversation. I think my colleagues would agree. It's really, really helpful. We're an advisory committee and we don't get the opportunity to get the full cycle back from you. And so getting the direction from you really, really helps us focus on our jobs. And so thank you. And in that vein, I would encourage us to have another one of these sometime, whatever makes sense. I don't know if that's 6 months, 9 months, a year, somewhere in that time frame, so that we have another opportunity to kind of hear the big picture of what you all are thinking about and to help us know what we should be thinking about. The SCAP, yes, but even beyond would be great. So thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Coop. Vice Mayor Koo, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. And I actually very much appreciate the commissioner memo about the electric grid modernization. One of the things I agree with my colleagues, on the direction on how to move forward. And also what it does is also to bring forward community confidence. Once this grid is addressed, then there's more confidence about switching over and more willingness to do so. With that, also thanks to Vice Chair Siegel for asking for another meeting such as this. I do want to ask that that report backs do happen often, and it's not way forward, a long time between us getting an update from the commission. And also I'd like to see, this has come up a couple of times now, that the Ad-Hoc committee, the council Ad-Hoc committee, take a look at what the member of the public suggested in terms of having different committees to address energy and water, etc. So again, thank you for all you do and nice to see all of you.
Well, the ad hoc committee is going to be meeting both with staff and with our 5 working group members in the next week. And I think you've given us some real additional topics to try to integrate with the plan that we've been developing that is centered around these teams. I should have mentioned that we do have, we're working on an aggressive timeline for the SCAP with the hope, I think that we will be returning to the council in the fall with a real concrete plan that has attempted to reconcile all of these different elements, at least at a high level, so that we are having a near, medium, and long-term set of programs and plans to achieve the ultimate goal. We're all going to have our work cut out for us to get there. This is not something that we can borrow from predecessors on because there aren't any predecessors. There are, fortunately, a number of leading cities who are also struggling with the same issues right now and who are beginning to collaborate more and share information and best practices. And I expect that's going to ramp up in the near term. And then lastly, for all of us who are working on this, there's often a question of, what difference does a small city make? We're a drop in the bucket in terms of emissions. And the answer really is that the small cities have led the way, and cities, national governments have led the way in climate change, in best practices, in emerging practices, and they're going to be an even more vital role in just the next few years. Everybody else looks for those cities who have figured certain things out and broken the ground. When we became one of the first cities globally to have carbon neutral electricity, it had a huge impact. It was probably as well known outside of Palo Alto as it was inside of Palo Alto. And this whole effort of electrification is going to have a similar highly leveraged impact if we can. So I don't see any other hands raised by anyone. So on that note, thank you very much. And we will be following up with you and your chair and your vice chair as we meet in the next week and as the SCAP ad hoc and try to figure out next steps forward. Thanks again, and thank you all for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
Great. All right. So that concludes our item number 3. We have no agenda changes, additions, or deletions that I'm aware of. And so we now turn to public comment, and this is a period for members of the public to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And any matter that is before the purview of the city can be discussed. We request that all members of the public speak respectfully and constructively. And we look forward to your comments. So our first speaker, let me see how many raised their hands here. Edit. So each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Liz Garner. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Council. It's Liz Gardner, 2500 El Camino Real, that's Mayfield Place. I'm here tonight to, yes, to our city, and there is an epic lack of, yet I'm going to take a couple of minutes to draw a parallel picture of a local citizen, a son, a friend, a neighbor, really a warrior, as his footprint was so small, and a resident of Palo Alto, a man, a senior citizen. I did not know him personally, yet I saw him weekly, a man in maybe his 60s, handsome in his rugged way, yet vulnerable. I refer to him as our Cal Ave senior man. He was intelligent, friendly, and every man that watched the tech world pass him by from the street he pushed his fascinating four-wheel cart from, neatly covered and carrying his belongings. I'd see as many of you may have too, parked with his forever wheeled cart, reading a paper, pushing it along Cal Ave, or hunkering down for the night at the Page Mill soccer field. I talked to him a couple of times, always strangely comforted by the sight of him and his wheeled home right at his fingertips. A short 2 March years ago, I spoke to him about his eyewitness report of a young 11-year-old Paul tragically killed at Cal Ave at El Camino. He was terribly shaken, like all of us were too. No, he had not seen the fatality yet. He was quickly on the scene to see the horrible results and the unavoidable loss of such a young life on our city streets. I do too pray for Paul's family. This February was Santa Clara County's homeless count on February 25th, which Palo Alto took part in. That early morning, one of the most frigid, and just days ago, Cal Ave senior man was found dead on Cambridge and Yale, just 30 feet from a totally empty business building that could serve well as a warming shelter for our many unhoused. I am taking a moment of silence to honor our unhoused heroes now and those that who have passed on our streets of Palo Alto. As we look to support Ukraine, I equally ask the city to seriously assist in our housing our most vulnerable with sustained, supportive, forever homes. We are facing our own humanitarian crisis here. I would like to take a minute of silence to honor him, and I'm not checking the time, so please can somebody clock the time?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
Pat, the clock seems to be up. I had my hand up on the utilities matter, and I wasn't called, and I don't want to spend my time on that now, but I would like you to consider giving me additional time. What's your thought, Pat? Pat, do I get any time for having had my...
I'm sorry, we did not see members of the public on the study session, so let's go ahead and restart your 3 minutes, and
okay,
you're welcome to proceed.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so Greg Tanaka, I want to thank you personally for what you did yesterday and knock on the door to a member of my family. He was he's the person I admire most in my life, closest to, talk to him every single day. I was very impressed by the conversation that you had with him yesterday. He doesn't often leave his place of abode. He was very, told me, engaged in the conversation with you about your run for Congress. So I want to personally thank you for what you did to make a big difference in his life. So thank you on that. Mayor Burt, it really stood out to me. You know, I raised the issue before and more in an abstraction about reparations, but Bob Hoover brought it to the reality. Here was a Stanford graduate student who graduated from Stanford in a long list of awards that you spoke to. You couldn't buy a house in Palo Alto in 1967, 68. Wouldn't that be an opportunity for us to discuss reparations? I'll bet you the home that he would have bought in Palo Alto, if racism hadn't kept him from doing that, would have today substantially more equity than the home he has today. Can't speak with that with certainty, but certainly there's many other Bob Hoovers that have been excluded from Palo Alto, and what a great time to raise reparations. Dave Price wrote a great piece today called Suggestions for Hiring a Police Chief. And the one paragraph, it seems like it was written specifically for Allison Cormack and Eric Filseth. My dad, who was a Stanford grad and got a couple of master's degree there, always reminded me that just because somebody went to Stanford doesn't mean their judgment is good. And Allison and Eric have repeatedly shown that. And they, yet again, here they come out, court, the current police chief for sheriff, a person who's done the most that he could in our city, in our police department, encrypt the radio broadcasts, keep tapes of canine attacks from the public view, shorten the police blotter, and we don't know if the piece talks about. I've heard, it's a rumor only, that your police chief has a tattoo with racial overtones. I don't know if that's true, but that's the rumor mill. So Eric and Allison, the fact that you support that man really speaks volumes, both about a bother to hear post George Floyd murder. So you should really take a second look at what you're doing and what you're doing to your reputations to support a man like Robert Johnson for police chief. And Ed Chicata shouldn't be leading the. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Bob Winslow. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Bob Winslow. I'm president of Neighbors Abroad, and I wanted to just take a moment to update you on our campaign to support Ukraine. As you may recall, within hours of the invasion, we discovered a connection within Neighbors Abroad in our community to support a series of orphanages and their children. The campaign is something like that I've never been part of. I think this moment is something we've never been part of either. Now we've had 260 online contributions and probably 20 more mailed in contributions, approaching 280 contributions. And I'm certain we've documented at least $50,000 now of contributions. We really appreciate the leadership of our city, you, the mayor, for your initial, lifting this up and in your messaging, the city council, and of course our community members. As terrible as this is, we know that it's made us stronger also here in Palo Alto, and I think we should honor the cohesiveness and the unity that this moment has generated. We're operating, we've been asked what the plan is, and we're operating what one could best call an emergency mode. 30,000 of the $50,000 has already been sent to Ukraine. A lot of it is concentrated in Odessa, where we have children that are not able to evacuate, and buying them food, trying to get them transportation. Remember, these are orphanages, so it's not just going to any one individual. So at that, I wanted to just give you this update. I attached in an email just sent a moment ago, and our first update. It's not perfectly really all coming together now, but you can get a broader indication of the components of the program. So thank you for letting me share where we are. And I know we're all in this together, and just wanted to give you the shortest of updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, welcome.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me now. Mark Molyneux. Yeah, I'd just like to respond to last week's response by City Council upon the grand jury report about the production of affordable housing, et cetera. I just want to say it was very funny hearing the defensiveness from everyone here on the council. Not everyone, some people are more defensive than others. But I will agree with you nearly in one point. It is unfair to say that Mountain View is doing, Palo Alto is doing badly. Mountain View is doing, I'd say, fairly badly. Palo Alto doing much, much, much worse. But to address why it's so funny, there is this idea that you guys are so concerned with new market rate development. You just want affordable housing so dang much. It's just very weird to hear this come from people who are clearly very comfortable with existing market rate housing switching hands. When you have someone who's a realtor, people who are realtors make money from real estate selling at market rates. When some of the people on the council were the folks opposed to to affordable housing at Maybell. Like it's the crocodile tears are just galling, which really, really don't want to see market rate real estate changing hands. You could at any moment impose a 100% capital gains tax on real estate. That would do the job, but you won't do that. I'd say for very clear material reasons. You talk about, you just need more affordable housing funding. How do you get it? And you even laud the fact, we allowed a floor area ratio of 2.7. But if you really cared, why 2.7? Why not 5? Why not 10? Why not 80? Why not an 80 floor area ratio? Throw away the discretionary process. If you did that, you would create a lot of affordable housing, but you won't do that because you clearly don't care. You clearly care too much about not changing the material look of your neighborhood. And honestly, if you want to produce it, you need to throw those concerns out. You have to stop caring about what bitty and busybody single-family homeowners want to see in their neighborhood. Affordable housing comes first. If that really is your priority, you need to say, hey, get lost. We don't care about your neighborhood character. We want affordable housing. If you want more advice on affordable housing, and feel free to reach out to California Common Ground. We can talk about ways of affordable housing proposals of dealing with high land values. But just in general, no one buys this act. I enjoy the escalation because it only gets the rest of the state angry at you and will end up with Santa Clara County and the state removing your local control further. So I'd say good work. It was nice to see. Thank you for your time.
And our final speaker is Nancy Larson in the chambers. Welcome.
My name is Nancy Larson. My husband and I, John, live at 101 Alma, which is the big, huge building at the corner of Alma and Palo Alto Avenue. And that's the intersection I want to talk about. We're asking for a request for a quiet zone there because not just that building, but all the way along the track into Menlo Park is really good. So thank you for your time this evening. I am here to present a request to create a quiet zone at the Alma Palo Alto Avenue train crossing. The train horn negatively impacts the quality of life of many residents throughout the downtown North and Linfield Oaks community in both Palo Alto and Menlo Park. Menlo Park, there's housing on both sides of the track. Now we're going to have, I don't know how many hundred more new ones and the hotel. So they almost have more than we have because we have just one side. For some citizens, train horn noises interrupt their sleep, and for others, it interferes with activities requiring focus or quiet. This impact may be felt by people of all ages, babies, young children, adolescents, and adults. Research has linked poor sleep quality to poor health outcomes, including obesity, hypertension, coronary artery disease, diabetes, inflammation, decreased concentration, poor control of emotions, depression, and suicide. In addition, kids and babies waking up during the night crying puts rather a hard burden on the parents. This disruption occurs countless times a day, every weekday. There are a total of 52 trains passing each direction for a total of 104. These passings span the time period from 5:01 a.m. to 1:06 a.m. every 10 to 15 minutes during rush hour. The official decibel level of the train horn ranges from 96 to 110 decibels. For a comparison, this is almost as loud as a jet aircraft at 500 feet and several decibels louder than the sirens at 50 feet. However, the train horn is unnecessary. The intersection already qualifies to be a quiet zone because of the gate with the median at Alma and Palo Alto intersection. When a train approaches, the gates go down, the lights turn on, and there are bells. They didn't mention it here, but there are lots of bells. When a train approaches, the gates go down, the lights turn on, and while safety is our main concern, it is also helpful to note that according to the FRA train, the city is not liable for any accidents occurring due to the enforcement of a quiet zone. Our team at 101 Alba created a petition for this proposal and received 209 signatures so far, and could definitely get more, significantly more, if we put it into the community around our 101. Because of the significant detriment to quality of life and the ability to meet safety standards, we propose creating a quiet zone at this intersection. This has been done in countless other communities throughout the US as well. We seek council support by June 1st for the 2023 fiscal year. This process will be greatly simplified due to the possibility of piggybacking on Menlo Park's quiet zone project. Menlo Park is currently hiring a consultant to analyze the eligibility of 3 of their train intersections for quiet zones. Also, there was a study done by Palo Alto in 2017. I think that was the one where I presented before, about the eligibility of the Alma Street intersection for a quiet zone, one could expedite the quiet zone application process by providing a significant amount of required information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comments. We will then now go into consent calendar, followed by the city manager comments, and we'll take a brief break before our action items. So a motion to approve the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Du Bois.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Cormack. And Councilmember Tanaka, you have your hand raised?
No on 5.
Pardon me?
No on 5.
Okay. And we can now go to the public to see if there are any comments on the consent calendar. And Clerk, so we have no members of the public who are speaking on the consent calendar. We'll return.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, perhaps just clarification here. It shows agenda items number 4 and 5, and I believe it also includes AA1 on your consent agenda.
Yes.
And for the record, members of the public that would like to speak.
Sorry, couldn't hear that.
We do have 2 members of the public who would like to speak on the agenda.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, then let's go to members of the public, and just for clarification, the motion is to approve items 4, 5, and AA1. And our first member of the public is Aram James, to be followed by Jeff Greenfield. Welcome.
Okay, Pat, my apologies. I thought there was a item on the consent calendar that doesn't appear to be that, and that was kind of like the listening tour that Ed Chicata is going to take regarding what we think would be qualifications for the next chief. But since it doesn't appear to be on there, I will not talk any further.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jeff Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I just wanted to speak to item number 5 on the consent calendar, the resolution regarding water shortage contingencies plan. I think it's great that the city is moving forward with this. The only thing I'd like to highlight is the emphasis. We could use more emphasis on the need to continue watering trees for our community. The long-term benefits are critical for our community. If trees aren't watered, the damage and impact is very significant, and it takes a long time to replace the trees to grow them. I think the resolution is fine as it is, but there's not enough emphasis to the community to need to make sure that people do water their trees. So anything that can be done to increase that message getting disseminated in the community would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the council members of the public, the addition of item AA1 is an item that is a discontinuation of vaccination and testing checks at the entrance to city council meetings. And that can be found on a link online. So Councilmember Tanaka, that's just for your wish to speak after we vote, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsath? Councilmember Tanaka? Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone? Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on 4 and AA1 and 6-1 on item 5.
All right. And Councilmember Tanaka, you're speaking on item 5.
Yeah, so in general, I'm supportive of what 5 is trying to do in terms of water shortages. We all know that we're going through a time of severe climate change and global warming, and the whole western half of the United States is drying up. So definitely a big issue here. But actually, I think Jeff, public speaker who called earlier, hit the nail on the head. I think it needs to be a little bit more nuanced. We are the tree city. Palo is named after a tree. A lot of our trees at the last drought didn't do so well. I actually think this item should have been a little bit more nuanced and really in particular protect the trees, because I know that so many trees have gone sick during the drought because people were instructed to turn off the water for their lawns, but a lot of the especially redwood trees needed water during the drought still, and so I think that's something that it needs to be a little bit more considered, and that's why I don't support 5 as written, because it doesn't do enough in that regards. So maybe hopefully this will be revisited at some other point and this could be corrected. Thank you.
All right. And our next item is city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if I could get the assistance of the clerk's office. Thank you. Let's go forward to the next slide, please. Just a few items of note for the community. Okay, first off, with our weekly update to the pandemic, would note oops, a little too quick. Go back one, please. Thanks. Was noted last week, a change in the mask requirements, now moved to strongly recommended for all individuals indoors, no longer a mask mandate. Also note that that's being carried forward here at city facilities. Again, strongly recommending mask wearing, and also based on the vote that the city council just took, note that we will be discontinuing the vaccination or test checks at city meetings, but also we'll be continuing to strongly recommend that for participants in person at our city meetings. Noting here also testing continues with a couple of recurring opportunities through Curative at our Mitchell Park kiosk, as well as with the county at the Palo Alto Arts Center. And also noting that the federal government has announced additional at-home tests now available at covidtest.gov. Next slide, please. With respect to the residential parking program, or affectionately known as, I would note here, as was stated, a little more than a week ago, our Office of Transportation staff rolled out our new online permit purchasing portal. We have, and noting this is in particular for the downtown and Evergreen Park Mayfield districts, notably that those permits won't be required until next month, so that those permits again become effective in April. Would note that we have received a few concerns from community members that have been navigating the online portal. Would note here that both city staff and Duncan Solutions are vendor are available to help community members navigate the portal, including by appointment, can be done online, over the phone, or in person for anyone needing assistance. We did learn of a technical issue that was affecting the portal, and that has now been corrected. Just one technical issue there, and additional information available both again via our webpage here, cityofpaloalto.org/parking, as well as by contacting our staff directly. Next slide, please. Then a project that will be, I'm told, highly visible outside of City Hall, and perhaps at least initially audible, as well as our Public Works staff working on a waterproofing repair project here in the grounds surrounding the building, slated to start this week on the 9th, and will last for 2 months. The work again may be again somewhat loud on the front end, but is a very important work, as anyone who's been in the parking garage knows that leaks have been an issue and are due for rehabilitation. Next slide, please. Then in terms of a couple of upcoming community meetings, opportunities for community engagement, perhaps Mr. James was referring to Thursday at the Human Relations Commission. We will be holding a community listening session with respect to priorities for the police department and skills needed for our next police chief. That again is this Thursday at 6 p.m. will be available online as well as in person. And the other item noted here is our objective standards, zoning standards with respect to multifamily, residential, and mixed use projects. This meeting will be coming up on March 22nd. Next slide, please. Also have upcoming opportunities to provide input and also just get up to speed on the project we're referring to as Fiscal Sustainability, which relates both to our upcoming budget as well as prospective ballot measures that may be on the at the election ballot this November. We have focus group sessions underway with various segments of the community that may wish to provide some feedback to the city, as well as having just sent out an informational mailer to households throughout the city. And one of the next upcoming opportunities for input will be on March 29th at 6 p.m. Information on that is available on our city calendar. Next slide, please. And then an additional plug, I mentioned this perhaps I believe a couple of weeks ago, for artists in the community, that microgrants are available. I understand that the response has left some capacity here. So if you know of an artist or other creative spirit that is interested in participating in this program, please call our art program. We've got our phone number here, 650-329-2227, or our art program webpage on cityofpaloalto.org/publicart. Next slide, please. Oh, just note that the deadline is at the end of this month. Next slide, please. And big news, Mayfet is back in 2022. Really want you to save the date. Additional information will be forthcoming on this event, but I'm sure we are all looking forward to the opportunity to celebrate Mayfet once again in Palo Alto, Saturday, May 7th at 10 a.m. Again, more information coming soon, but please save the date. Next slide, please. And finally, looking forward to some upcoming dates. Next week, we'll have our semi-annual discussion with the independent police auditor, as well as an update. This will be a study session on citywide community engagement efforts throughout the calendar year, and a follow-up discussion on wildland fire mitigation. Then on the 21st, really a housing related action agenda planned with the housing element, objective standards, and items related to Senate Bill 9. Then finally, in our first meeting, your first meeting in April on the 4th, we will review a readback on project work plans related to your 2022 City Council priorities, as well as a report from the police department on overall statistics related to this past year, as well as a specific discussion plan on radio encryption. And with that, I believe that's my last slide. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And so at this time, we'd like to take a 10-minute break, returning at approximately 8:18, and we'll be convening on item number 6, which is the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation that the council direct staff and the PRC to assess and conduct public outreach on a prospective new community gymnasium project. So we'll see you back shortly. We're going to reconvene City Council meeting, and our next item is item number 6, a Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation that the council direct staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission test and conduct public outreach on a prospective new community gymnasium project in Palo Alto. And so who kicks this off? Mr.
Director O'Kane from our Community Services Department will be reporting for staff.
Welcome, Director O'Kane.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, the Community Services Director. This item is a recommendation from the Parks and Rec Commission. So tonight with us, we have former chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, Ann Cribbs, who will be doing the majority of the presentation tonight. Commissioner Cribbs has really been the champion behind this project, along with Commissioner Jeff Lemire, who unfortunately couldn't attend tonight. So before I turn the presentation over to Commissioner Cribbs, Assistant Director Darren Anderson will begin the presentation. And yeah, there you go, Darren. Take it away.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council. I'm Darren Anderson with Community Services Department. Just to reiterate this recommendation, it was November 17th, 2021 that the Parks and Rec Commission passed this recommendation asking City Council to direct staff and the Parks and Rec Commission to assess and conduct public outreach on the new gym project, including location, site considerations, gym features, requirements, construction, operation, funding timeline, demand assessment, and prioritization. As most of you know, the City of Palo Alto does not own a gymnasium. City leases gym space from Coverly Community Center from the school district and makes it available to the community. There aren't any locker rooms, weight rooms, or meeting spaces available in these gyms, and the demand is really high. The spaces are almost always reserved in the afternoon and evenings every day of the week. The Parks, Trails, Natural Open Space and Recreation Master Plan, or Parks Master Plan, discusses the importance of a gym and notes that the limited number of gyms available, the lack of a city-owned gym, complicate the expansion of most sports programs. During the community outreach process for the master plan, the gym facilities were identified as highly desired by the community. The Parks Master Plan also notes, as a means of responding to growth and to maintain, expand, and provide future programming, at least one multi-purpose gymnasium is recognized as the community need. Sports programs, particularly middle school athletics and adult sports, are operating over capacity, and it's difficult to expand these programs because they rely on these limited gym spaces and field space. In addition, to be able to expand the middle school athletic program, a new gym would create new recreational opportunities, like creating an intramural sports program. And intramural sports provide opportunity for children to learn a new sport, develop social skills, practice teamwork, and build friendships. And let me turn it over the presentation now to Parks and Rec Commissioner Ann Warner Cribbs.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council members. I'm Ann Cribbs, a commissioner on the Park and Recreation Commission. I've served on the Recreational Opportunities Ad-Hoc for the past 2.5 years with Commissioners Jeff Lemire and former Commissioner Keith Rechtel, and now our new Commissioner, Nellis Freeman. I want to thank the staff for the presentation tonight and for all the support that they've shown us during this process, and then provide a little history from the PRC. The Recreational Opportunities was formed to look into potential facilities and programs for the city outlined by the 2017 Park and Recreation Master Plan. We discussed 4 capital initiatives: a city gym, the use of the 10.5 acres, a skateboard park, and the first tee golf partnership. We also discussed the need to improve access to playing fields and surveying gender equity and diversity in recreation programs. The Ad-Hoc began by meeting monthly in November 2020 to discuss the potential for a city gym. Commissioners Lemire and I were fortunate to call on the expertise of our long-term friend and colleague, Ray Perper, the Deputy Director of Stanford athletics. Mr. Perper has Palo Alto connections because he lives on the Stanford campus. His son played basketball at Palo and his daughter attended Castellea. The guiding discussion principle for our discussions was that there was no funding in the city budget for a gym and very few staff resources to help us. This had to be a public-private partnership. We were fortunate to have a good example in the recently completed Junior Museum project, including the agreement between the city and the JMZ during the planning and the building. There were three areas of focus. First of all, what a gym needs to have. Second of all, the location. And third of all, the cost and the capacity in our community for fundraising. Our ad hoc committee surveyed 7 current gyms in the area, school gyms, municipal gyms, Stanford gyms, and looked at the square footage and cost, comparing them all. The cost range was from $5 million to $29 million, and these were adjusted costs for 2020 potential figures. The footprint of the building was 37,500 square feet with a basement, so that the entire building was about 75,000 square feet on 2 floors. The footprint of the building takes up less than 1 acre, and that was our wish list gym. We interviewed city staff, outside venue managers, and user groups about what needs to be in the gym. Who would use it? Who are the stakeholders? It's not just a basketball gym, and it's not just one basketball court. We contemplated 3 courts and other, not only basketball, but other youth and adult sports teams and leagues, indoor soccer, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, indoor pickleball, martial arts, and aerobics, and senior activities, as well as health and wellness programs. We had great discussions about locations, and we definitely wanted to use city-controlled land. And I just want to share a few of the locations that we really dreamed about. Greer Park was an early choice until the council directed the PRC to investigate a new skate park. And so we were worried that there might not be enough space. Mitchell Park was another consideration because of the 2 elementary schools that are close by. The 10.5 acres carved out from the golf course redesign and identified as recreational fields was very interesting. And after we had the 10.5 acre discussion, we created a really big vision, and that was to develop a plan for a recreational sports complex using the 10.5 acres and redesign the baseball and softball athletic fields in the Baylands. You would have about, we figured, 22 acres and could do a redesign of the baseball and softball fields, include soccer and lacrosse fields, add a gym, and even provide some shared space with showers may be used by the safe parking group that is in that area. Cubberley was another consideration, but since 1991, with 3 master plans reviewed by the city, we figured that we didn't really have time to be pursuing that. Other blue sky thinking included the Mayfield Soccer Complex, building a gym on one of the soccer fields and raising the soccer field to be on top of the gym. We wondered about the office buildings that the city controls and rents that might not be used in the future due to the effects of work patterns in the pandemic. We talked about Ventura Park, the area which is being redeveloped and needs more parks and has needed more parks for a long time. Currently, there's not an extra few acres that we could find for a gym, but perhaps a developer might be interested in contributing. We talked about a land swap with Stanford, like the Mayfield soccer fields was, and then perhaps after a community discussion, there would be other land that would appear. The third focus was the cost and the community appetite for fundraising. We estimated the cost of the gym at $25 million. And then we said that we should also have an additional operating endowment for the city once the gym was built. So I have to say here that I believe in Palo Alto. I've been a longtime resident, and I believe that there are resources in this community to get this gym planned and built. There are incredibly smart, talented, creative folks in our community who love sports and are willing to contribute in many ways. As the then chair of the PRC, I was delighted when we passed the motion unanimously in November to recommend to the city council that we move forward. We knew that this would be a community effort. And we have to use the resources of our great community. We have great models in the past of Palo Alto doing wonderful things for the community, including Lucy Stern Community Center, the Winter Club, and the new Junior Museum. The gym was always to be a public-private partnership with the city providing the land and the community providing the funding and the fundraising, and obviously including the endowment. So in summary, I just want to say that I know that there are a lot of people, many people in this community who would like to see this accomplished, that Palo Alto would have its own gym. And this is really for our kids and for our community. I think there's a lot of excitement about the next steps. So I hope that the council, after some discussion, will accept the PRC's recommendation. It's so important to have a vision about what we leave for our children and our community for the future. And we're excited to get going. So Darren, I'll give this back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cribbs and Mayor Burt. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. So before turning to members of the public, are there any questions that council members have? And I don't see any lights. So do we have members of the public who wish to speak on this item? And we'll give it a moment. Okay, each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Liz Gardner, and we'll be closing off signups to speak in just a minute after Ms. Gardner speaks. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, Liz Gardner. I spoke earlier. I just wanted to make a correction about Cal Ave Senior Man. He actually passed away on College and Yale, but I do want to speak on this item. Has this PRC considered the cannery, warehouse, and packing plant as a potential site for a gym? It would really lend well, even if it was relocated. However, I do want to speak to the pandemic and the lack of organized sports for outdoors, especially in the middle school and teen age group, and as referred to the recreation department's programming. I know that many coaches or the city has a lot of, problems getting coaches because, it's contract work. But as far as I know, there's about a 2% poverty rate in Palo Alto, and I do advocate for low-income recreational activities. And I really feel that monies should be spent right now getting kids out and in organized sports. There's not a lot for teens to do in this town. If we could expand that scholarship program that the recreation department does offer, it's at this point 50%, but with the economic situation and the pandemic, it's not enough. I suspect that the poverty rate in Palo Alto is a lot higher at this point, but I really feel that a gymnasium, yes, it's very important for seniors to get out, but we're talking about getting people outside. We've been separated, we've been isolated, we've been you know, isolated from our friends and families. Gymnasium is a great idea, but at this point, I would really hope that the city would support a scholarship program that would be at least 80% for the low income and low wage workers of this town who are struggling to pay rent for housing, struggling with all kinds of costs at this point, and working in our city, and really a positive outlet for our, you know, tweeners and teens. So that's what I wanted to add. And I really thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Williams, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Hello, this is actually Monica Williams. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Right. So good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. I'm Monica Williams, president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. In respect for your time, I'm speaking on behalf of our 750 members, more than 50% of whom are Palo Alto residents. We support the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation that council direct staff and the PRC to assess and conduct public outreach on a new community gymnasium project in Palo Alto. Besides all the regular sports that a gymnasium now offers, Palo Alto will need to have an indoor facility that offers pickleball because the game is growing so fast. It will be an Olympic sport by the time a gymnasium is built. So it's time for Palo Alto to have its own gymnasium for all sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rich Pearson. Welcome.
So, you know, for a lot of years when I was, you know, young public defender, I raised my boys over in the Ventura neighborhood. At that time, it was an extraordinarily diverse community, maybe less so now because of the gentrification process, but it's also, as you all know on the council, very much underserved. I think it would be critical, even if it has to be a smaller gym and then you do a second gym somewhere else, to honor that community for its heritage. And the fact that, you know, I would say the gymnasium, Pat, you called the person who the complex could be named after today for all the work that he's done for youth and his exclusion from Palo Alto. We call it the Robert Hoover Gymnasium. And maybe the heirs of John Arriaga, if they choose to provide money to the for partial funding. I know that's a controversial issue, and I don't see Mark Weiss up here speaking, but I'm sure he would at a later time. But maybe we could honor a lot of people. And by the way, we could put it there also. One of the big options would be, you know, the Mayfield soccer complex. And I know a lot of the kids that we used to play football against, and they always beat us, that grew up and went to Mayfield Elementary School, which was really a predominantly elementary school of color. You know, you've got some really rich stories that come out of there. So to use that area again for a gymnasium, half of the soccer field, and then I really would hope that for seniors' purposes and for others, a swimming pool, even if it's small, would help out with you know, people that maybe don't have access to all the other forms of exercise unless they get older. So that would be my comments. That, and again, it goes into the reparations model. We've, you know, underserved that portion of Palo Alto for a very, very, very long time. We prevented people of color from living in other areas of Palo Alto, relegated there, and now they're being pushed out by gentrification, as I mentioned. So that would be really, really an important consideration, even if we have to buy some additional land over there. And of course, from a transportation point of view, taking the bus and public transportation, if you put the gymnasium where the soccer fields are, boy, that would be a big win too. People could walk from the Ventura community, and people could take buses and public transportation. So I hope that you will strongly consider that location. There's just so many reasons that it is a compelling argument to put it there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rich Pearson, to be followed by our final speaker, Patricia Smith. Welcome. Mr.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for letting me add my voice to this discussion. My name is Rich Pearson. I've lived in Palo Alto for 15 years and have been very involved in youth sports, coaching boys and girls basketball for several years. I'm currently a board member of the 750-member Palo Alto Pickleball Club, serving under Monica Williams, the president who spoke previously. I strongly support the PRC's recommendation to build the gym. An indoor facility is an ideal venue for the city to expand its pickleball lessons without impacting the hundreds of members who play every day at the outdoor courts at Mitchell Park. I also believe the gym will be a fantastic venue for youth to engage in multiple sports and have a place to go on rainy days. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service to Palo Alto.
And it appears our final speaker is not going to speak. All right, so let us return to the council for discussion and direction. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Bird, and thanks so much to the PRC for working on this and to staff. A little confused by the report and the slides tonight. So, where exactly is the PRC recommending that the gym be?
Councilmember Cormack, I think the PRC has done some initial investigations, but acknowledges more research is necessary. It's in-depth study and analysis of different locations, the pros and cons and feasibility. So I don't think we're ready to offer a suggestion, merely that they've done some analysis, but more is needed.
Okay, and I heard Commissioner Cribbs describing why Cubberley wasn't on the list during the process, but given the direction that council gave recently, it's possible that PRC and the subcommittee, should this go forward, might want to go back and look at that again as an option. Okay, and then it was new information that potentially at the Baylands, the 10.5 acres could be redeveloped with the existing softball and baseball fields. That was sort of like not just what we would do at the 10.5, but redo the whole thing together. I didn't see that in the report, but that was mentioned. Is that a new idea, or was that something we'd contemplated before?
Just a hypothetical idea. We have not, but when we had the opportunity to look at the 10.5 acres for development, it made sense to just think about the holistic site, including the former Pasco site, which is a little 1 acre area of parkland sort of tucked into a corner, and say, how could we maximize? But nothing formal in terms of a grand plan for that area yet.
Okay. And I do just want to say, I really appreciate that Commissioner Cribbs went through. That's a comprehensive timer for me. So somebody might want to put a timer on me. Comprehensive, imaginative work. It's, it's great that so much time was spent on being blue sky. The other thing that was a little confusing to me is that the group looked at, the subcommittee looked at, it looks like, I'm looking at the slide, the skate park and a few other things. Is the subcommittee and the PRC recommending the gym ahead of these other things that were also considered?
Commissioner Cribbs, would you like to answer that one?
Yes, and it's a difficult answer because we know how much work the staff has to do and how many different priorities there are for both the staff and the city council to consider. But I think that as a group, we know that the first tee has been on the drawing boards for a while, and it looks like it's moving forward, so that we were pleased about that. The skate park, we've had, thanks to staff's leadership, some really, really good discussions with the skate park.
Motorcycle insurance, and people love it.
Something wrong with my June.
I think it looks like Mr. Pearson might still need to be muted.
Go
ahead.
Okay, so the skate park, I think is moving along as well for some final decisions. And so we decided in the report that we sent to the Recreation Commission to focus on two areas. One was the 10.5 acres and one was the Ventura master plan. So those were the two that got into the staff report, I believe, that you are looking at. So I can see why we confused you. Apologies.
No, that's okay. And then so yeah, it was two separate things. But why don't we just pick up on that one right now? So when you say Ventura, do you mean the Ventura Community Center or do you mean the North Ventura Community Area?
I mean the community area plan.
Okay. All right. And then just back to the prioritization. This is the PRC's top request for council to consider of everything in the Parks Master Plan. Because I went back and looked at the Parks Master Plan and, you know, I think it's an amazing document, but neither the commission nor the council really has done the hard work of prioritizing it. So if that's what the commission has done, I'm interested to hear about it.
So that's a tough question, council member, because what we wanted to do in November was to ask you if you would authorize us to continue to look in the community and decide what we wanted from, what you wanted from, what the community wanted from a gym and how we'd raise the money and where the location was. But I'm not so sure we want the other projects to fall off the plate. And I think they're different areas or different amounts of focus as well. I mean, I see the city gym as probably the biggest project. And I know that everybody's interested in seeing the skateboard park move ahead because it's not, in the whole scheme of things, that much money. And it would be nice to do it before the youth who brought it to us 2 years ago graduate from high school, if it's possible. So it's a balancing act, and the staff has certainly cautioned us to not ask them to do everything at once, and I totally get that.
Yeah, we have that problem pretty much every Monday here. I guess then, I guess the last question I have is, in your work that you've clearly already done in the community, do you have any sense at all about how much you think the community might contribute and how much the city might be expected to pay for a new gym?
Well, in kind of a perfect world, if the city would find the land and the community would find the money for the land, that could be a nice split. That's a model that other communities have done for different kinds of athletic endeavors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I sort of took two questions here, and one is sort of back on the theme that Councilmember Cormack just introduced. So first of all, does staff have bandwidth to do this?
That's a complicated one, Councilmember Phil Seth. We're juggling so many projects right now and still ramping up from filling vacant positions that had been long vacant. So I don't think we could easily do it with our existing capacity or workload. I think it would take quite an effort.
Okay, so so I assume that means you would have to go out and bring in some outside resources to work on it. Is that?
I think to assist us, that's a likely scenario, but we'd have to do a little more research into everything that this is going to take should you want us to proceed.
And then back on Chair Cribbs, you know, this is sort of an impossible question, of course, but given the staff has limited bandwidth to work on this and other stuff, skate parks and, you know, my own personal favorite, which is the Boulware Park expansion and so forth, you know, is this how you want to use your limited allocation?
Yes.
And then,
however, Councilmember Phil Seth, I am not the chair anymore. I was the chair when we passed the recommendation to you. So,
okay.
There are new people on our Ad-Hoc committee, all of whom are excited about the gym. But I think it may be a little unfair for me to speak for the rest of the commission, given the transition and the changeover.
understand. Thank you. And then the other question I wanted to ask is how much land do you need for? I mean, all in, how much land do you actually need? Is it really 1 acre? Is it really sort of 2 or?
No, it's really sort of 1 acre.
Okay.
If you use this gym that I talked about, which is our dream gym with a 37,000 square feet, and then a basement and a ground floor.
Right, that
and
one.
you turn that into, it's a little bit less than 1 acre, and I
Okay.
can't contemplate the parking because I'm not good at that.
So that's 1 acre without parking.
Yes, it would be 1 acre without parking.
2 acres with parking. Anything else the acre is without that we ought to worry about?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. One, I'm curious, are there any park dedication issues if we were to build the gym in an existing city park?
I don't believe so. We've met preliminarily with planning to discuss high level, some timeframes and concepts. That one wasn't raised. We do have more research to do, but I don't believe that would be a deal breaker. I think we could still add a gymnasium to dedicated parkland.
Okay, great, thanks. And does staff have any initial concerns maybe regarding traffic flow of gym users if the gym is built at the Baylands Athletic Center?
I think we're going to have to do a lot of investigation into that and many more other topics too. So we'll should we get direction, we'll engage with planning to talk over issues like that.
Okay. And then I guess to you, Commissioner Cribbs, yeah, I know a gym really, means different things to different people. And when you say the term gym, certain people immediately think weight room, others just think basketball courts. So can you maybe give, I know you talked about that kind of like the blue sky description, and it was a great description. It was getting me very excited about all the possibilities. Do you have any kind of sense the realistic extent to what we might be looking at here? Is this really just kind of like basketball courts and maybe yoga studios, or would this be contemplating weight rooms and other amenities?
So may I read our list to you?
Go ahead.
So 2 basketball courts at the least, 3 would be better. Sports, I mentioned basketball, volleyball, pickleball, indoor soccer, badminton, table tennis, appropriate lines on the floor, and storage for equipment so that sports could change over. Restrooms, changing rooms. We weren't sure about showers. There's some pros and there's cons about showers. It just depends on, how the group comes out. Administrative offices, an exercise room, a few meeting rooms or classrooms, drop down curtains to separate the courts, and then possibly a weight room, possibly showers. And then one of the groups suggested a running track. That was discarded because we have such great weather that people can run outside and we can save that expense.
Save that expense. It's a great list. I mean, I'd be impressed. But I guess from your kind of field trips to other gyms, it's realistic that we can get all of that into a 2-story acre.
That's what we're hearing. Yes.
All right, that's exciting.
And those are draft plans, and we'll just have to see when and if we can go further.
Great. No, I think it's something that the community has been missing. I think an important one. I am curious to kind of get a little more community feedback and see exactly what the community wants and needs. Because overall, I'm really interested in the idea. I think it's a great idea. Clearly been in the works for a long time. Just a couple of concerns. I do know that the staff report kind of talked about that we might need to reprioritize some other projects kind of outside of our Parks and Rec area. So I would be concerned if this would be reprioritizing some existing capital projects. The Roth building was a big red flag for me to see that on the list. I don't know how realistic that would then need to be reprioritized if we move forward with the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation tonight. But I am just putting that out there. I wouldn't be in favor of reprioritizing some of those projects on that list. But I think that's likely a discussion for a future date. I thought the idea of having sort of like that Baylands Athletic Center that you mentioned, I thought that was a really creative idea, something that interested me. I do have some concerns there because I would imagine, though, an athletic center, especially if we're going to have multiple softball fields and other, that would require some pretty big lights to be able to have in the evenings. And that's a particular area that's very sensitive to light pollution. So that is a big concern for me. Also, and the question I already asked to Mr. Anderson, I would be concerned about traffic flow going across the 101 to get to that area for something that seems like would be a really important public amenity that people would want to utilize. So really excited for this. I'm interested in this moving forward, but have concerns. But I believe that would be worked out throughout this process that the PRC is proposing tonight. So thank you.
Councilmember Stone, could I just say that the Baylands and putting all that land together, there's so little land, as you all know, in Palo Alto, that when there's an opportunity to consider the fact that that might be worthwhile, to see what we could do on that much acreage is something that I don't want to not look at.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And I'd just like to follow up on a point that Councilmember Stone was making, which is, I think there have been some misconceptions in the community about what is meant by a gym. And so whether you retitle it as a recreation center or some other descriptor, it may be helpful. We've heard from some people who say, why do we need a public gym when we have these private gyms, which are essentially workout exercise centers, and they're equating this project to that. In other cases, they think it's only basketball courts or whatever, and this is much more than that in concept. It's really a recreation center, and I don't know if that's the right title for it, but I think giving some thought to how to describe it so that the community really clearly understands from its title, essentially, what the intention is. I just encourage that. One other thing to just bear in mind, it's premature, but just thought I'd put it out there, which is that as we're in a new era of looking at healthy buildings, one of the downsides to gyms are that they are sweaty, hot, stinky, and there's really, in our climate, I think something that we may be starting to reconsider, which is how we make facilities more indoor-outdoor spaces. And whether these are large sliding doors when we have good weather, why do we need a gym closed with 4 walls and the doors there? So I don't want to get ahead of the curve there, but just wanted to put that out there for future consideration on whether we should be slightly rethinking what's the best design going in this era and going forward. But Councilmember Du Bois, you're next.
So I think we've needed a gym for a very long time. And I've been involved with some sports leagues. It can be really harrowing trying to schedule your teams with the limited resources we have. And, without Coverly, I think we'd have many fewer programs for our kids, whether it's basketball, volleyball, karate, whatever it is. And as the point's just been made, I think we really are talking about more than a gym. It's a community health center, a rec center, and all those things that Ann read off, meeting spaces, exercise floors, classes. So I was surprised and thrilled last December when I got a call from John Arriaga responding to the Parks and Rec discussion and offering to fund a gym. And, he was talking about a design build process that he had used many times. And I spoke to him quite a bit in December. And unfortunately, as you all know, he passed away in January. But he really has left a great legacy. And, I think part of the focus here is if the council and the Parks and Rec Commission could find other donors. I think that idea that he proposed, really a design build to get something built fairly quickly, would be a good way to go. And if we're able to assemble a significant amount of fundraising, then for me, the priority of the project would rise, kind of similar to what happened with the Junior Museum. You know, a donor or a group of donors could really help make this a reality. You know, it is possible to get all this into a pretty small footprint, and we can look at examples in other cities. The location is important. You know, Greer Park, I still think is a possibility. I think we could do a gym and a skate park, or Mitchell Park. I do think having the facility easily bike to by kids would be important and accessible. You know, I think Ventura is going to be difficult. It's hard to see where we're going to get a large enough area. And I will keep an open mind about the 10.5 acres as Ms. Cribbs asked. But again, that's my concern. I just think a neighborhood rec center would probably get a lot of use. And I agree. I'm concerned that Coverly would take too long. You know, we did agree to add the skate park to the master plan, but we were also clear that it didn't take precedent over other items. And so I do think we need to go into some prioritization. I don't think it's an either or decision. And I actually think, again, these things could fit close to each other pretty nicely. So, you know, I've been thinking about this quite a bit. I think we should take the Parks and Rec recommendation and do some of the legwork while we in parallel look for donors, kind of friends of the rec center, if you will, to help us get it done. You know, Vance Brown has built several gyms in the area, and if a donor group came to us with a project and a plan, I think it could really move along pretty quickly. I also agree with the comments that Councilmember Stone said about there shouldn't be a trade-off between, say, the Roth building and a gym. I think where we have organizations raising money, we should figure out how to enable them to move forward. So I'm going to try to put out a motion. I know not everybody has spoken yet, but happy to have everybody speak. But my motion is basically, it's the staff motion, you know, to have staff in the Parks and Rec conduct some outreach, consider location, siting, the features, cost estimates of funding timeline, demand assessment, and prioritization of projects. And I added that the Parks and Rec Commission would also focus on fundraising. And I think maybe one of the things we could talk about is kind of how far do we go without fundraising? I think it would dramatically change the picture if we, you know, had a certain amount of fundraising.
I'll second. Okay, Councilmember Du Bois, did you want to speak further to your motion?
I think I covered most of it, but again, I think the demand's really fundamental, and we have a lot of demands in the community. But again, if a group of residents kind of came forward with a donation, I think we should really consider it.
Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Du Bois spoke well to it. I do think there's clearly a demand, and I mean, speaking from also recognizing a strong need for youth in the community to be able to have a recreation center is going to go a long way. I agree too with Councilmember Du Bois as far as the concern about particular sites to make sure that these are accessible and bikeable. So I would just encourage the PRC and staff to really consider that as we move forward. But there have been several times when I was teaching in Palo Alto, when I would have students talk to me about the lack of opportunities of city facilities during the summer when schools are closed, or on weekends when schools are closed. I remember a couple of times being in the weight room at Palo on weekends, and students trying to get in, and I'd have to tell them, sorry, I can't let you in on the weekend. And they said, well, there's no other facilities for us to go to. And I said, well, sorry, that's school policy. And so there's a strong need, and I think it's one that the city is well suited to fill that need. And the final point really is on the funding. I really do agree. It'd be great for the PRC to really be focusing on that. I think what makes this a difficult issue to push forward right now is having had that very generous gift and offer there, and having that no longer be an opportunity. I think there might be a sense in the community that that we shouldn't move forward. I know that is I know that that's tough, but I do think that there are opportunities, and we can get creative, and there are a lot of generous people in this community who might be willing to help out, and I'm excited to see what can be done there, and hopefully creating a new model moving forward to be able to get a lot of these capital projects done by really opening up the philanthropy of our own residents. So hope the rest of the council can support.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Koo.
I want to thank the maker and the seconder for their motion, and also to former Chair Cribbs as well as staff for the report. I do share a lot of the concerns that Council Member Stone had mentioned in terms of the 10.5 acres at the Baylands. It is an environmental preserve, and we want to make sure that, you know, pollution and light pollution as well as traffic doesn't impact that area. But I also want some clarity with regards to Measure E and what was its, what does it say after, now that I can't say that word, the digester is no longer going to go in. What is the terms of that measure? Can staff help me understand that?
Vice Mayor Koo, I apologize. I don't have all the details on the Measure E stipulations at hand. I can certainly look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, I think it would be important to be clear on that, because if I remember correctly, Measure E basically gives it a time period where the digester is to be built, and if it doesn't, then it would revert back to open space. So I think that is something to clarify and to verify, so that we can be assured that we are not ignoring or bypassing what the public had voted on. Otherwise, you know, I agree that this city really needs gyms, and it's we've been using what has been available. And I still remember when my daughter was playing volleyball with the clubs, they're constantly searching for courts. So yes, it's something that we do need. And I will be supporting the motion. I did want to iterate my concerns about certain sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and thanks to maker and seconder for getting the discussion started. Did the maker and seconder contemplate a time frame for this work?
I think we can leave it up to staff and the Parks and Rec Commission.
Okay, and it's concerning to have the PRC focus on fundraising. Perhaps you'd consider investigate or something. Focus sounds like they'd be doing that to the exclusion of something else.
I'm happy to change
Incorporate fundraising, or
I just was trying to separate it from staff.
Okay. Work something. Investigate work.
Investigate, it's fine.
Okay, great. To also investigate fundraising. And what is a demand assessment? Is that for the gym?
Yeah, that was part of the original motion. I think it's community demand.
Okay, that's like a survey or something?
And I think we'll leave it up to them how they do it.
Okay, I guess the biggest concern I have is that prioritization of projects. I totally want to do this, right? You know, I've been supportive of this all the way along. And the problem I'm having is that there are a lot of other things in this lovely Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And if we pick this tonight, I think we're saying that it's more important than anything else. And I don't know if we've really done the work to make that decision. So is the prioritization of projects here about everything, or is it just about the projects within the?
I think it would be for Parks and Rec to come back, yeah, with the priority from the master plan. And again, what I was trying to capture here was with no fundraising, it's probably, I don't know where it lands, but I think fundraising would make a difference on the priority.
I feel like it's in the wrong order. I feel like we should ask the PRC to prioritize projects first. And as part of that, conduct public outreach on a new gym, et cetera, and whatever else they might deem appropriate in order to help prioritize these. I mean,
think there is some opportunity, you know, depending again on fundraising. That's the piece. I think it's hard, you know, if you prioritize first and then it does seem like there's potentially a group of people interested in this idea. So I would hate to cut that off right now.
well, I think these are two separate items then. I think prioritization of projects is not related really to the gym. It's about the master plan.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just from the recommended motion.
Yeah, but the recommended motion isn't a staff motion. It's what the PRC wrote.
Yep.
Could we ask Commissioner Cribbs? That'd be all right with the mayor?
Sure.
What did prioritization of projects mean when you wrote that?
Looking back in November, I think it meant that we wanted to make sure that we understood which projects should be first and second and third, but we didn't necessarily say the gym was the first. Current Chair Greenfield reminded me that we really haven't done that, which is what I was trying to say to one of the council people who asked the question. But as I'm looking at the four of the four priorities that came forward. The first one was the gym, and they weren't in order of importance. The first one was the gym, the second one was the 10.5 acres, the third one was the skate park, and the fourth one is the first tee. But two of those have their own stakeholder groups. The first tee definitely has their own group, which will raise the money that they need to move ahead at the golf course. The skate park definitely has their own group of shareholders and then our stakeholders, and then the 10.5 and the gym, if they're lumped together or they're not lumped together, both of those have groups who are interested in doing funding for those groups. So maybe if we made a list and put the dollar amount next to each initiative, it would be easier to decide that you could probably do some of these at the same time. Darren may disagree with me because of staff time. But one of the solutions for staff time is to have the community raise the money or find a consultant who could do the work and then help the staff in that direction. So that's just me talking.
Okay, and that takes me to my final question, which is for Mr. Anderson or Director O'Kane. If we pass this tonight, what are you not going to be able to do?
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I'll answer, and then Director O'Kane might have a more detailed response and more in depth. But I'll say for mine, it's not that I wouldn't be able to do something. It's that the limited amount of time that we're spreading amongst multiple projects will be spread a little bit thinner and just take a little longer to do many of them.
And that includes the list of projects in the staff report, many of which were supposed to be completed this fiscal year, as I recall.
Some of them.
Right. And that's not a comment on you. I'm just saying that, I mean, this is like some of these projects, this is their third year on the CIP.
Yeah.
Okay. Director O'Kane, did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you. No, I think, Darren described it, that we'll continue to work on all the projects, but the staff time spent on each one would be limited, so they would all take longer. There may be a need at some point for, if we are to pursue these bigger, capital projects, that we have a someone dedicated to just project management of all of these efforts. So it's not all on Darren and his team to be managing that. So just something to think about for the future if we do go down a path where we have multiple projects like a gym and a skate park and things like that that we need to manage at the staff level. It may just require someone with specific project management expertise and skills that could be dedicated for this purpose.
Yeah, my final comment is yes, fundraising is not something that doesn't require staff time. I mean, the library staff and the community services department staff had to spend a ton of time, even though we were doing all the fundraising as the library foundation. So, you know, I'm so supportive of this project, but I'm just concerned that we're not doing it in the right order.
Well, just to add a couple of comments. I think that as these big projects move forward, we're going to need to look at a couple aspects of prioritization. Sequence is not necessarily prioritization. We'll need to look at, as Board Member Cribbs pointed out, this is the biggest project. It doesn't mean it's the first project. And separately, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a project that would tap into competing for capital funding from the city. So as we understand more in the coming months about the prospects of fundraising as well as the other parameters to the project, I think then we'll be able to, and the Parks and Rec will first be able to begin to have a better sense of recommendations on actual priorities. And depending on how those paths emerge on which of these major projects are privately funded, then we can look at how we would prioritize and what staff resources we would need. But I think at this point in time, we need to go the next steps. We're not ready to proceed on this at this time, but we need to authorize the Parks and Rec Commission to do what they've requested authority to do so that we can get to that point. So on that note, looks like we're ready to vote. So if the clerk would please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. And thank you to everyone on the Parks and Rec Commission who has been spending a great deal of time and have just volunteered to spend more time on this. So that concludes this item, and we will now go to our final agendized item, which is a colleague's memo from Vice Mayor Koo and myself recognizing key dates to advance our race and equity initiatives. Vice Mayor Koo, would you like to start off?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say thank you to you two for supporting and for co-authoring this colleagues memo. We have, I think that in 2020, we have seen a lot of changes, and there was a lot of issues that's come up that has a lot of racial tones to it, especially racism. And so I wanted to see if we could have some days where we could celebrate and to bring it forward so that it is within our city. And some of those dates, and I think most of the reasons are in the colleagues memo, but I did want to point out that June 19th is Juneteenth, and it is a day that should be memorized as well as celebrated, and to be brought to the public and highlighted so that we do recognize that it is a day of freedom for African American who has been enslaved for hundreds and hundreds of years. And for that emancipation to become national policy, it took a joint resolution from the House and Senate that was submitted as an amendment to the states for approval, and then was signed by President Lincoln, and it's the 13th Amendment. You know, sadly, with our current national government, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021 is still sitting and stalled at the Senate. And so I think it's pretty important to advance this second Independence Day, and it should be celebrated by everyone. And it is celebrated in the African American community. However, among Americans, this monumental event remains largely unknown. So I think that in recognizing June 19th and its significance, Palo Alto can empower learning, advance inclusion, create employment opportunities, and training and education, and eradicate racism and inequity. The other date that I was looking to see if we can have as a celebration is the May 31st as Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Day. I want to thank Mayor Burt for educating me about Ms. Huerta, who was equal in partnership in fighting for farm workers' rights, for economic justice and civil rights. And so that would be another date that I would like to, for the council to consider. On October 11th, it is usually celebrated as Christopher Columbus Day. And it is also a day that we could celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. From an excerpt from President Obama's proclamation, our country was conceived on a promise of equality and opportunity for all people. It's a promise that despite the extraordinary progress we have made through the years, we have never lived up to. So this is especially true when it comes to upholding the rights and dignity of the indigenous people who were here long before colonization of the Americas began. And you know, Palo Alto is Ohlone lands, and it would be something that we should be celebrating. As one of the director of Stanford's Native American Cultural Center, Karen Beistman, she said that the fact that they survived and rebuilt, reclaimed governance and perpetuated their language and culture is really an incredible success story. And the Ohlone people's story is one of survival rather than victimhood. And we're all guests on ancestral Aboriginal Ohlone land. And so we should celebrate that, and we should acknowledge those who were here before us. Lastly, is to proclaim May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Last year, with the support of Councilmember Du Bois, who was then mayor, thank you, we had 31 AAPI events. And I also want to thank staff for supporting in publicizing the events. It was very well, very well attended, and we learned so much from the different ethnic groups here in Palo Alto alone. And I think it's a month that we should recognize and celebrate. that's a way to push back on the hate crimes, and look at the good side and look at going forward. So I hope you support these dates as dates for remembrance as well as celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Koo. I only have a bit to add to those thoughtful comments. I think this really gives us an opportunity to have ongoing education and celebration and respect for the contributions of the diverse groups that have built our democracy and who have challenged and continue to challenge us to live up to our ideals. As we all know, we have had many flaws in that, and yet the United States continues to be a sentinel for those ideals, and we need to be challenged to continue to strive to better fulfill them. And I'll just make one note, as Vice Mayor Koo had mentioned, that we have, even though Cesar Chavez is celebrated as really the founder of the Latino labor movement and civil rights movement, he had a full partner, Dolores Huerta, who is approaching her 92nd birthday and who has continued to be a giant in advancing civil rights. She, I believe, is really the last living member of the real civil rights leadership of the 60s and 70s. And we were honored 10 years ago at the 50th anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech to have Ms. Huerta come and speak right here at City Hall Plaza. And we should take this opportunity to add our appreciation and acknowledgement of her accomplishments and her colleagues' accomplishments while she's still with us. And I'm glad that we've added her name to this. So let's see, is that Councilmember Cormick? Councilmember Stone, your light is on.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to both you and the Vice Mayor for bringing this colleagues memo forward, and incredibly important. And I really appreciate not only the acknowledgement and honor of these particular groups, but also the educational component that you both talked about. I think is really key, especially on Juneteenth that the Vice Mayor was talking about. I teach Juneteenth every single year. It's such an important holiday and one that so many Americans don't know about. And even according to a 2021 Gallup poll, only 62% of Americans reported knowing little to nothing about Juneteenth. Pretty staggering. And whenever I poll my students initially at the start of that lesson too, the vast majority of them have never even heard of it. So it's something that really needs to get out there. And I think this will be able to really be able to help on that. I don't want to add on a laundry list of dates, but there are two that I think might be very important, especially continuing on with the educational component. One would be Holocaust Remembrance Day. I don't think Palo Alto officially recognizes, or well, I don't want to say recognize, but has anything that particularly honors that day. And another one that I think is really important for the educational component is Armenian Remembrance Day. That's a genocide that is frequently forgotten about, occurred during World War I, over 1 million Armenians murdered by the Ottoman Empire. And I think in particular, it's so important to recognize the horrors that happened during that genocide, because even our own government, the United States government, Congress did not recognize the Armenian genocide until 2019. And it wasn't recognized by the administration until just last year when President Biden finally recognized it as being a genocide. So I do think those are two that are of course, very important, and move again, kind of adding on to that educational component. So hope we can maybe add that to this list. But thank you again.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, my grandfather was born in the United States in 1905. And at some point as a kid, he went back to the old country, back to Italy. And he returned at age 15 in 1920 in a wooden boat, as the family story goes anyways. And we forget, but at that time, Italians really experienced what we now call hate crimes. And it wasn't new. It really started in the 1880s with large immigration from Italy to the US. In 1891, 11 Italian Americans were taken from a city prison and lynched in New Orleans, and it's still one of the largest mass lynchings in our history. So, you know, Christopher Columbus was a navigator. He was hired by King Ferdinand. And, you know, what happened in 1492 and the resulting colonization by the Spanish, it doesn't hold up to how we, you know, judge people today, as do many things in our history. And I'm not here to defend the Spanish in any way, but I think we should recognize that Columbus Day is really an American holiday. It's really Italian Immigrant Day. And Italian immigrants clamored to be recognized and for some of these past wrongs to be righted. And FDR made it a holiday in 1934. It wasn't really a legal federal holiday until as recently as 1971. And just in 2019, the mayor of New Orleans apologized for these lynchings that happened over 100 years ago. So I fully support the memo, and I really appreciate the authors for bringing it forward. I'd be thrilled if we would consider October 11th as both Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day. I don't want to make it a political litmus test of choosing one group over another. I think we should celebrate all immigrants. And there are many states that do this. President Biden did it last year. He recognized both holidays. So I'd ask that we make the referral inclusive instead of changing it from one just to make it both. In terms of recognizing the dates with our labor groups, which was part of the memo, I can say in the private sector, I'm seeing many companies start to allocate a number of holidays off per year and let the employees choose which ones that they want to take off as a day off. So I'd suggest, you know, if part of this is to, I think part of the memo referred to talking to our labor groups. I'd suggest we consider that direction rather than every holiday is a paid day off. It's not uncommon to have holidays that aren't paid days off. But again, if we said, you know, there are however many holidays in a year and employees could choose which holidays they wanted to use those days off with, that might be a way to go.
Councilmember Cormack.
Just a point of order. Were we going to go to the public after or before?
Yeah, we can go.
I'm happy to defer.
Yeah,
we
why don't we go ahead and go to the
Okay.
public at this time? Thank you.
Certainly.
And Clerk Milton, do we have members of the public who wish to speak on this? Yes, I see we have at least one. So, Mr. James, you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Thank you much. So this year, for the first in a couple of years, we had a small Juneteenth celebration in our home. Used to, when I lived in Barron Park, have a very, very large one. And I have to give props to the Palo Alto Police Department because I've always called them and remind them that for the day at least, the community that I was giving the party in, the demographics were going to change dramatically. And if they wanted to come to the party, they were welcome, but I would not be happy if guests, African-American guests and other members of the minority community were stopped by the police. And I give them credit, they never rousted us. And some of those Juneteenth parties go back 20, 25 years. And like I said, the police also never took me up on my invitation. So maybe next year, I have to clear that with my significant other, but maybe I'll invite the entire city council. And I suppose that maybe I'll get a 0 to whatever number, but that's fine. I think I put that invitation out. Certainly, I was fortunate enough to work in the Great Boycott, marched in Salinas back in the days. And yeah, of course, Dolores has always been an equal partner and an extraordinary activist on so many aspects of civil rights movement, and obviously had a complete life, because I think she also has 11 children. So she's got a full life on a lot of levels. What an amazing woman. My grandfather was the youngest of, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is, the youngest of 19 Ukrainian Jews, Louis Meyer Fink, earlier Finkelstein. My dad, being an oppositional Jew, didn't want to be a Fink. Changed his name to James. There's some kind of interference going on. I'm not quite sure what that is. But Greer, I agree. I think we get, Jews in the community get more than our fair share of attention. But if you want to, not create a controversy, let's also add the Holocaust Remembrance Day. A real easy one. I don't personally celebrate the Independence Day on the 4th of July. I celebrate it as Frederick Douglass Day. And I do that, and I think you probably all know about his great speech, is "What to the Slave is the 4th of July." Extraordinary speech. I think it would be awesome to have that, because it wouldn't take money to do that, but we'd have it. You celebrate either. If you want to celebrate the Stars and Stripes, fine, but let's also celebrate the extraordinary abolitionist, speaker, and writer Frederick Douglass. And maybe have people, like they do in Boston and other places, reenact his speech. We could have youth from all groups do that on the city hall on that day. I think we're going to test our civil rights issues. And Ed Shikata, Mr. Shikata, I really hope that what you're going to do is listen, and that you're going to allow people that have been the victims of police violence, because I think it goes right into this issue of civil rights. And it's hard to have holidays while we still have police engaging in brutality and murders. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just clarify, in case it was not understood clearly from the memo, that there is not a proposal to create new city paid holidays in this memo. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. And I'm glad we're beginning this discussion. I think this is a really important area for us to be talking about, and I appreciate the 4 that were brought forward. Supportive of those, certainly. I'm interested in Councilmember Du Bois's suggestion about having staff potentially choose the holidays they particularly wish to celebrate from a list. I can see that down the road that might be something to consider. I guess, as we talk about the laundry list, I was just looking to see if there's a specific Pride Day, and October 11th also turns out to be National Coming Out Day. So there could be a lot. And I'm wondering, listening to my colleagues, if we should consider referring this to the HRC to be sure that we haven't inadvertently left out something that would be important to the community. That might be a step in the process that would be helpful. And then I'd like to see, and I don't know that this needs to be in the motion, us do more than a resolution. So whether, if I think about the programs that Vice Mayor Koo was advocating for last year in May AAPI month, whether there's a, program at the library, whether or not there's something that the Public Art Commission works on. I think, more than a resolution, but having it flow throughout the city, potentially throughout the commissions and our programs would really reach into the community and help broaden the discussion. So those are my thoughts. I do think I'd be interested in hearing from my colleagues about whether or not having the HRC help us, stress test this and see if we've captured everything I think might be useful. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Just want to thank you guys for putting this together. I think this is an important topic. I think race inequality is something that we need to definitely address and think about. I was actually interested in looking at the latest census data for our city. And one thing that was interesting was it's the first time ever actually that the Asian population is actually the largest ethnic group. And so that was interesting because 10 years ago it wasn't. And so I'm really pleased to see that May to be, I guess it's kind of a mouthful, but Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. You know, from my own background, as you could probably tell from my name, I'm Japanese American. So my great grandfather came here in 1880 for Hiroshima, Japan. And, you know, my great grandfather, my grandfather, my dad were all put into concentration camps during World War II. My family had a wholesale business selling, you know, buying food from Japanese American farmers and selling them to grocery stores. And they lost that business, lost their property. You know, my dad, you know, he got out. There's this incredible anti-Japanese discrimination in California. And he, you know, as a result, he actually dropped out of high school. And then from my mom's side, you know, I'm Chinese American. Then we had the Chinese Exclusion Act, which was pretty horrible as well. So no, definitely pleased to see that in there. So thank you. And I actually like the idea also about letting, you know, just giving a bank of days for holidays and letting employees pick. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. So they can pick whatever it works for them personally or whichever holidays they want to celebrate. So I think that flexibility might be good for everyone.
Thank you. So I'm thinking about the notion of referring this to the HRC, and I think whether it's referring which dates to celebrate or how to celebrate them are two different questions. I do think that wherever we draw the line on which recognitions and celebrations we will add, we will have necessarily not specifically included ones that are arguably of high merit. And that's a dilemma that I think we have to be aware of. And it may be appropriate that we refer to the HRC the dates that we would like them to pursue on how we would recognize and celebrate, as opposed to kind of giving an open-ended referral on which dates and which of the huge diversity of America we are attempting to capture in these particular recognitions, knowing that we're not going to be able to recognize all worthy groups who have contributed to the fabric of our country. So I am interested in whether we should include in the referral the Holocaust remembrance and perhaps the Armenian Remembrance Day. So maybe have one more discussion on both what we might want to refer to the HRC, the how to celebrate, or to ask them to identify which dates and for which purposes. And then second, if we are referring specific dates and purposes, whether we would want to limit it to the ones that are in the colleagues memo or add any of these others. So, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you for laying that out, Mayor Burt. My immediate reaction is that I think we could, I would be supportive of approving the 4 recommended by the 2 people who wrote the colleagues memo, yourself and Vice Mayor Koo tonight, and then referring to the HRC any additional commemorations that would be appropriate, including the list of others. I think we have 3 so far on the list. But I think our staff is fully capable of the implementation of how we celebrate them. So that's what I would, that's how I would approach it. I'd be happy to support the 4 tonight. But I think it would be wise of us to ask the HRC to take a look and see if there's something else we're missing and list the 2 or 3 we have so far for consideration, and then let our staff figure out how to manage the programming.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I'm not really sure what we're asking the HRC to do. If we were giving them a set list, or it sounded like you didn't want to make it too open-ended. So could you clarify exactly what the HRC
Well, I
would do?
was presenting options for what we would refer to HRC.
I'm just trying to understand the value.
A set list, which I think is what I would be inclined to do. Then we'd have a question whether that list is these 4 bulleted ones or anything else. And providing them that list and then having their insights on how we might go about celebrating them. And I think that they're just, just like we have over the last couple of years, the HRC has had a very strong role in how we engage on diversity issues in our community.
Okay, so I think I got it.
I'm sorry, just a moment.
I think I understand.
I wanted to add this, if you would. And I think that that actually is an important role for them, is to try to provide guidance on what would be the best ways to do that, as opposed to thinking of that as principally a staff function.
So the weighting is on how to celebrate. It sounds like that would be the emphasis for them.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Does anyone else? Oh, sorry. I didn't see it on the light. Vice Mayor Cook.
Not at all. So I would like to recommend that we have the 4 dates that's mentioned, the 3 dates and the month mentioned in the staff report, for staff to prepare with a resolution and have it recognized. The only reason is because the dates are coming up. I think Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta is on March 31st. So that needs to be, well, I'm not even sure if we can get anything going with that since it's so close, but definitely Juneteenth is a very important date, and that's coming up really soon. And I think that date we can actually do some celebration and remembrance on, which is why there is a sense of urgency here for the Juneteenth date. Of course, May is coming up also, and I'm already working with some of the community members from last year to get something going. So all these dates are approaching really fast, and I would like to see that. I would like to ask that we have staff return with a resolution as soon as possible, recognize those 4 dates, and then to refer the other dates, remembrance dates, to HRC for them to review.
So, out of the recommendation to how to formally recognize and celebrate, one part of that would be proclamations, not limited to proclamations. But I think you're right that that's something that we can be clear on tonight and pretty straightforward. So why don't I go ahead and attempt a motion. And it would be that that the City of Palo Alto formally recognize and celebrate the following dates. And first we'll list the 4 that are bulleted in the report. And then second, that we would authorize proclamations celebrating these 4 dates. And then C would be that we would refer to the Human Relations Commission, recommendations from them on how to best recognize and celebrate these dates. And then D, that we would ask the Human Relations Commission to evaluate recognition of Holocaust Remembrance Day and Armenian Remembrance Day.
Second.
Okay. And I don't think I need to speak further to the motion.
I'll just say really quickly that just to so Councilmember Du Bois, we're not changing Christopher Columbus Day in this motion. It just adds Indigenous People Day.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, the memo said change. But
I know, yeah, thank
so
you.
maybe you could clarify in the motion, like.
Does it say in here?
Why don't we, here's, I think, a way to do it.
Add.
And where we say and Indigenous Peoples Day and say and add Indigenous Peoples Day. And I think just by adding, we haven't subtracted anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's worded clearly enough. It's a little clunky.
Councilmember Koo was pardon me, Vice Mayor Koo was the seconder.
I'm sorry?
No. I apologize for interrupting. The clerk had highlighted who the seconder was and she looked up and I don't believe your microphone was on when you seconded. So I was attempting to be helpful and out of order.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I was fine with the motion until, well, sorry, two quick things just on D. I know you said remembrance, if the clerk could just change recognition to remembrance for both of those. And I am thinking then, because I don't think it's wise to get into this debate maybe tonight or really timely, and one that maybe the HRC really wants to dive deeper into. Yeah, I was happy to see that originally it was changing Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm concerned now that we're keeping Columbus Day. I understand the desire from some, but especially when we are now considering having a Remembrance Day for 2 genocides, I don't think we can forget that Christopher Columbus was initially began genocide here in the United States. It was after Columbus arrived in 1492, 90% of the indigenous population in the Americas, that's 55 million people, were killed through either violent means, through murder, or through disease that was intentionally spread by Columbus and subsequent explorers. So I think those 2 ideas are very conflicting. It appears hypocritical to kind of have that in the same motion. And again, I understand that I think this is a big kind of historical debate to have and an important one to have. So I do think maybe that issue itself would be perfect for the HRC to dive deeper into.
Well, I would be fine with asking the HRC to also evaluate whether October 11th should be redesignated as, in addition to Indigenous Peoples Day as Italian Heritage Day, which I'm aware some cities have done.
Sorry, instead of Columbus Day.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I think that I'd be supportive of that.
Okay, so that would be under D. Yeah, we'll say also evaluated. Yeah, great. We don't need, there's a word add in there right before Italian. Don't need that. And that would be redesignated rather than create. Good. Does that seem like it captures things?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I guess the only thing missing is if we want to do something more official with respect to Pride Month or a Pride Day. I know we do the flag, right? That's what we do now for that month. Okay. Are there other things that we should be doing? I'm asking a sort of general question. I'm not even sure if it's, of staff or of, but I just don't want to miss this opportunity to be inclusive. Is by any chance Miss Cotton Gaines available? Does she have any thoughts on this? I don't know if she's here this evening.
I also don't know that she is,
Okay,
but
that's
we'll
fine.
note that she had input into the
Oh, she
feedback
did.
on the
Okay.
colleagues memo.
Okay. Well, I'll reserve that for now, but I'm sure if the HRC thinks we've missed something, they will probably let us know. All right.
They're
Thank
not
you.
known to be shy. All right. I think we can call the vote now.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So that concludes item number 7. And we now have council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. At our retreat in February, we continued the item that was referrals to standing committees. And I haven't seen that show up on the city manager's forward-looking list. Will we be having an opportunity to do that? Because
Yes, we will. It will be coming back to one of your upcoming agendas. I don't recall specifically, but I know we are tracking it.
okay, thank you so much.
And just a couple of announcements for those who had not seen it, that I signed on, and I think had council concurrence with the measure that supporting the measure that Supervisor Simidian had to evaluate the future of the Lehigh Cement Works mine. And then I also signed on a mayor's group for electrifying America. The commitment was consistent with existing council policy to pursue these measures without committing us to specific actions. And frankly, our council directions already exceed what are the actions of most of the participating cities. So I just wanted to bring everybody up to speed on both those items. And I don't see any other comments. Vice Mayor Ku.
Thank you. I wanted to report on the liaison to Alto, which is a space for youth to find community support, advice, and even just some quiet time. It opened formally in June 2021, and as of November 29, 2021, they provided this quantitative data report. So there was 133 youths that visited the facility. There was 114 welcome packets. These are both numbers for Palo Alto. There has been 7 youth that are enrolled in the medical for medical needs, and a total of 8 medical encounters. There has been 50 youth enrolled in Palo Alto for the behavioral health services, and actively, as of November 29, 2021, there were 30 active youth enrolled here in Palo Alto. In terms of psychiatry, there has been 2 youth enrolled, and as of the November 29th report, there are 2 active youths enrolled in psychiatry. So most of the needs that's been observed is 38% of youth are identifying needs related to substance use. 79% of youth are identifying needs related to anxiety. 75% of youth are identifying needs related to depression. 8% of youth are identifying needs related to psychosis. 59% of youth are from Palo Alto. That's the geographical data. And so they're looking to do outreach. So if you have a chance, perhaps make an appointment and have a visit. I also want to announce that on March 12th from 10 to 2 p.m. at the Art Center, they're celebrating California Arbor Week. So come by and participate in tree walks, and then also listen to the artist Paz de la Calzada talk about trees and look at her art. She's going to give a talk about healing properties of trees, and you can look at some of her artwork. Thank you.
Well, just a follow-up note on the outstanding model of the Alcove program. Stanford Community Partnership Awards were last Friday, and Alcove was one of the recipients of the award, and Alcove has opened a facility in San Jose and Palo Alto, and it looks like that model is moving forward on potentially a national movement. So I just wanted to recognize what Vice Mayor Koo had said and what great work they're doing. On that note, meeting's adjourned.